Hello and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Here we share real-life experiences of encounters with the unknown stories that come from beyond the stars, crafted to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I love seeing just how far this mystery reaches. Now find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let yourself be carried away. Story 1. I stood at the edge of the room, barely breathing, eyes locked on the lamp that shouldn't have been flickering. The air around it seemed thickened, holding its glow captive in a muted struggle against the shadows cast by unseen movements. Each heartbeat felt isolated, marking time that didn't flow but hovered. I waited, listening past the rustle of leaves on the window pane, feeling the weight of what hid in the corners, waiting to reveal itself. Then, in the suspended moment, the lamp's flicker stilled and settled into an unwavering dimness. Something crucial had shifted, yet I couldn't see what had changed. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does, I need you to understand that I've never written about what happened, never spoken it aloud. The words have lived inside my chest like trapped birds, beating against my ribs until I thought I might break from the pressure. But something's different now. Something's ending or beginning, and I can't carry this weight into whatever comes next. You might think I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am. Maybe I lost it already, somewhere between the flickering and the stillness. Between the moment I thought I understood the world and the moment I realized I understood nothing at all. The lamp, always the lamp. It's been 3 months since that night, or maybe longer. Time moves strangely now, like honey poured uphill. But I remember the way the light seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, faster than mine, then slower, until I couldn't tell where my pulse ended and the flickering began. The bulb was old, I told myself. Old bulbs flicker. There's nothing mysterious about electricity failing. I accept it wasn't failing, it was communicating. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I've rehearsed this confession 1,000 times in my head, searching for words that don't make me sound like someone who's lost their grip on reality. But reality, what is that, really? Is it the version we agree upon, the safe boundaries we draw around the possible? Or is it the raw, unfiltered experience that makes your skin crawl and your breath catch? The flickering started small, just a hiccup in the light while I was reading, nothing worth noting. But it persisted, night after night, always when I was alone. Always when the house settled into that deep quiet that makes you aware of your own breathing, your own existence taking up space in the darkness. I began to anticipate it, started watching the lamp even when it was steady, waiting for that first tremor of uncertainty in its glow. And when it came, I felt something inside me respond to recognition, like hearing your name called in a crowded room. The light would flutter, and my chest would tighten with something that wasn't quite fear, wasn't quite excitement. It was acknowledgement. Have you ever felt watched by something that shouldn't exist? Not the prickle of human eyes, but something deeper, more patient. Something that doesn't need to blink or breathe or shift its weight from foot to foot. The presence I felt during those flickering moments was like being observed by the darkness itself, catalogued and measured by an intelligence that operated outside the rules I thought governed existence. Sleep became impossible. Not because of fear, though fear was part of it, but because closing my eyes felt like abandoning a post I'd been assigned to guard. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of attention pressing down on me from somewhere I couldn't locate. The lamp in the living room would be dark, switched off hours earlier, but I could sense its potential, coiled and waiting. My reflection started looking wrong. Not dramatically, not in ways I could point to and say, there, that's what's changed. Just wrong, like looking at a photograph of someone who resembles you but isn't quite you. The eyes were mine, the face was mine, but something behind them had shifted. Something had moved in or moved out. Friends stopped calling as often. When they did, our conversations felt strained, like we were speaking different languages that happened to use the same words. They would look at me with a kind of polite confusion, as if trying to place where they knew me from, as if I'd become someone they'd met once at a party but couldn't quite remember. Maybe they're right to distance themselves. Maybe whatever happened to me is contagious, spreading through proximity like a virus that attacks certainty instead of cells. Maybe I'm patient zero in an epidemic of doubt. The flickering evolved. What started as random pulses became patterns, not Morse code or anything so concrete, but rhythms that felt intentional, purposeful, like a conversation conducted in a language of light and shadow, where meaning lived in the spaces between illumination and darkness. I started responding, blinking in time with the flickers, tapping my fingers against my thigh in matching rhythms. It felt natural, necessary, like learning to breathe underwater. The lamp would pulse 3 times, pause, pulse twice. I would blink 3 times, pause, blink twice. We were speaking, the lamp and I, though I couldn't have told you what we were saying. The night it stopped flickering was the night everything changed. I sat in my usual spot, waiting for the familiar dance of light to begin, but the lamp remained steady, casting its normal yellow glow across the room with disappointing consistency. I waited. Minutes became an hour. The hour stretched into 2. Then I realized the conversation hadn't ended. It had just moved. The flickering was inside me now, behind my eyelids, in the spaces between thoughts, in the pause between heartbeats. The lamp had been teaching me its language, and now I was fluent enough to carry the dialogue within myself. The presence I'd felt watching from the corners had found a way in. Or maybe I'd found a way out. I can't tell anymore where I end and the flickering begins. My thoughts pulse with the same rhythm that once lived in the lamp's uncertain glow. When I speak, my words seem to come from somewhere else, filtered through a consciousness that isn't entirely my own. People avoid me now without realizing they're doing it. They step aside on sidewalks, choose different checkout lines, find excuses to end conversations early. It's not rudeness, they're responding to something they can't name, some frequency I'm broadcasting that makes them uncomfortable in ways they can't articulate. I understand. I would avoid me too if I could. The mirror in my bathroom cracked last week. Not dramatically, just a hairline fracture running from corner to corner, bisecting my reflection into 2 slightly misaligned halves. I should replace it, but I find myself studying the break, the way it separates my face into before and after versions of myself. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the other version, the one that existed before the flickering began. She looked so certain, so anchored to a reality that made sense. I envy her ignorance, her ability to dismiss unusual experiences as tricks of tired eyes or overactive imagination. But I can't go back to being her. The flickering has changed me at a cellular level, rewired my perception until I see the spaces between things, the gaps where other kinds of existence leak through. The world is so much larger and stranger than I thought, filled with presences that hover just outside our agreed-upon reality. I'm writing this because I need someone to know, not to understand. I don't understand it myself, but to know that it happened, that I was here, that I experienced something beyond the boundaries of normal life, that for a brief moment I touched something vast and incomprehensible. Or it touched me. The letter feels incomplete, but then again, so do I. There's no satisfying conclusion to offer, no wisdom gained or lesson learned. There's only the experience itself, raw and unexplainable, and the knowledge that I'll never be the same person who first noticed a lamp flickering in an empty room. If you find this letter, maybe you'll think of me when lights behave strangely, when shadows seem too deep or silence too complete. Maybe you'll remember that reality has thin spots, places where other kinds of existence press close enough to touch. Maybe you'll be more careful about touching back. The lamp is flickering again. I should go. Story 2. I remained still, seated by the window where the drapery gently moved as if caught in a breeze that wasn't there before. The room felt too quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears until you hear your own heartbeat. Every tick of the clock seemed slower, dragged out in a way that unsettled rather than soothed. The light outside was dimming, yet the shadows inside were reluctant to stretch and settle. I waited, watching the curtain's unpredictable dance. My eyes caught a quick flicker of movement too deliberate to be random, too subtle to be explained. A crease had appeared along the fabric, a wrinkle I was certain hadn't been there earlier. This is what my nights have become now, sitting here watching for signs that might not come, or worse, signs that will. The curtain moves again and I feel that familiar tightness in my chest, the same sensation that's been haunting me for weeks. My hands shake slightly as I reach for the mug beside me, the coffee long since gone cold. The ceramic feels wrong against my fingertips, too smooth, as if the texture has changed while I wasn't paying attention. Sleep doesn't come anymore. When I close my eyes, I see that pale glow filtering through my eyelids, the same glow that shouldn't exist but does. My neighbors think I'm losing it. They've stopped asking about the sounds I report, the humming that starts just after the streetlights flicker. The landlord won't return my calls about the electrical issues, but I know what I'm experiencing. I know because it's still happening. The appliances turn themselves on now. Not all at once, nothing that dramatic. It's more subtle than that. The microwave will start its timer countdown from 7 minutes and 33 seconds, always that exact time, while I'm in another room. The television switches to static channels that don't exist on my cable package. Sometimes I catch a low-frequency sound buried in that static, like voices speaking just below the threshold of understanding. My phone records conversations I never had. When I scroll through the call log, there are entries showing lengthy discussions with numbers I don't recognize, numbers that when I try to call back lead to nothing but dead silence. Not even a dial tone, just that empty, hollow quiet that makes my ears ring. The worst part is the watching. I can feel eyes on me even when I'm alone, especially when I'm alone. It's not paranoia, I know the difference. This is the weight of genuine observation, patient and constant. When I turn quickly, sometimes I catch the faintest outline of something tall and thin at the edge of my vision, but it's always gone before I can focus on it properly. I've been trying to piece together when this all started, working backwards through the fog that seems to cloud my recent memories. The clearer moments are scattered like broken glass, sharp and cutting when I try to handle them. I remember standing in my kitchen 3 weeks ago, watching the refrigerator hum in a rhythm that didn't match its usual mechanical drone. The sound was almost musical, a pattern that seemed intentional. That night I woke to find my bedroom door open. I always lock it before sleep, a habit from childhood that I've never broken. But there it was, standing wide, with the hallway beyond darker than it should have been. The darkness seemed thick, almost tangible, like I could reach out and touch its surface. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring into that black rectangle, waiting for something to move within it. Nothing did, but I could smell something metallic drifting in from the hall. Not quite copper, not quite iron. Something cleaner and sharper, like the air after lightning strikes too close. My mouth tasted of that same metallic tang, and my teeth ached as if they were picking up some kind of signal. Going further back, I remember the camping trip that started it all. Though calling it a camping trip makes it sound more planned than it was. I'd driven out to a remote area, needed to clear my head after a difficult period. The campground was nearly empty, just a few scattered tents and RVs spread across the wooded area. I'd chosen a spot away from the others, closer to the tree line where the shadows fell deeper and the silence felt more complete. The first night was peaceful. I'd set up my tent as the sun was setting, the air still warm but carrying that crisp edge that promised cooler temperatures after dark. The campfire crackled and popped in that comforting way fires do, and I felt more relaxed than I had in months. I remember thinking how good it was to be away from the city, away from the constant electronic hum of modern life. But even then, there were signs I should have noticed. The fire kept dying down faster than it should have, as if something was drawing the heat away from it. I'd add more wood, build it back up, and within minutes it would settle to barely glowing embers. After the third time rebuilding it, I gave up and let it die completely. That's when I first heard the humming, low and constant like power lines in the distance, but there were no power lines out there. I'd checked the area thoroughly when I'd arrived, making sure I was far enough from any electrical infrastructure. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the ground and up into my bones. I tried to ignore it, told myself it was just the unfamiliar quiet playing tricks on my city-trained ears. But as the night deepened, the humming grew more distinct. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm that almost felt like breathing. Slow, measured inhales and exhales that made the hair on my arms stand up. The temperature began to drop, but not in the gradual way you'd expect. It happened in waves, sudden chills that would sweep over the campsite and then recede, leaving the air feeling charged and unstable. My tent fabric would ripple and flex with these temperature changes, and I could hear the other campers stirring restlessly in their own shelters. Then the light started, at first just a faint glow filtering through the trees, so dim I thought it might be another camper with a lantern. But the light was wrong. Too steady, too white, and it moved with a purpose that felt distinctly non-human. It would appear between the tree trunks, hover for a few moments, then drift to another location. I unzipped my tent flap and peered out, trying to get a better look. The light was closer than I'd expected, maybe 50 yards away, and it wasn't attached to anything I could see. It simply existed in the air, a pale sphere about the size of a basketball, pulsing gently in time with that rhythmic humming. As I watched, more lights appeared, smaller ones scattered through the forest like luminous seeds. They moved independently but seemed coordinated, creating patterns that shifted and reformed in ways that hurt to follow with my eyes. I felt a strange pull to leave my tent and walk toward them, an urge that felt both foreign and irresistible. I must have stared at those lights for hours. Time seemed to stretch and compress around me, and I lost track of where I was in the night. Sometimes I felt like I'd been watching for minutes, other times it seemed like I'd been there for days. My body felt heavy and light simultaneously, as if gravity was negotiating with itself about how much hold it should have on me. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up outside my tent, lying on the ground with dew soaking through my clothes. The sun was high overhead, much higher than it should have been if I'd slept a normal night. My watch had stopped, the digital display showing nothing but a series of dashes where the time should be. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before the lights, before the humming, there was something else. Something that happened earlier that evening, right after I'd finished setting up camp. I'd been organizing my supplies, arranging everything with the methodical care of someone who camps alone and knows the importance of keeping track of their gear. I'd felt nauseous suddenly, a wave of sickness that came from nowhere and left me gripping the picnic table for support. The world tilted slightly, like I was on a boat in gentle swells, and that metallic taste filled my mouth again. The smell of ozone hung in the air, sharp and clean, and completely out of place in the woody campsite. My vision blurred at the edges, and for a moment I thought I might pass out. But instead of losing consciousness, I found myself staring at the tree line with an intensity I couldn't explain. Something was wrong with the shadows there. They were too deep, too uniform, as if someone had painted them on rather than letting them fall naturally. I blinked hard, shook my head, and the moment passed. The shadows returned to normal, the nausea faded, and I convinced myself it was just fatigue from the drive. But my hands were trembling as I continued unpacking, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me from those two dark spaces between the trees. Even before that, there had been the drive itself, the long, winding road through increasingly remote countryside, past farms and small towns that seemed to grow more isolated with each mile. I'd been looking forward to the solitude, but as I'd gotten deeper into the rural area, that anticipation had shifted into something else, an unease that I'd attributed to being out of my element. The radio had started acting up about an hour before I'd reached the campground. Static would cut through whatever station I was listening to, brief bursts of white noise that sounded almost like whispered words. I'd scan for clearer stations, but the static would follow, contaminating every frequency with that same urgent, unintelligible murmuring. My phone had lost signal gradually, bars disappearing one by one until I was completely cut off from the outside world. Normally, that would have been exactly what I wanted, but something about the way it happened felt deliberate, as if the signal wasn't fading naturally but being actively blocked. The GPS had started giving strange directions, suggesting turns onto roads that didn't exist or routing me through areas that would have added hours to my journey. I'd switched it off and relied on the printed directions I'd brought as backup, but even those seemed less reliable than they should have been. Road signs didn't match what I expected to see, and distances felt wrong, as if the landscape was subtly shifting around me. But before any of that, there had been the morning I'd decided to take this trip. I'd woken in my apartment feeling restless and confined, desperate for space and quiet in a way that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than ordinary stress. The city felt oppressive that day, every sound too loud, every surface too harsh and artificial. I'd stood at my apartment window, looking out at the urban sprawl, and felt a pull towards somewhere else. Somewhere remote and natural, where I could think clearly and remember what silence actually sounded like. It wasn't really a decision so much as a compulsion, an urgent need to get away that I didn't question at the time. The morning had been perfectly ordinary until that moment. I'd made coffee, checked my messages, gone through the usual routine of starting another day. But then I'd looked outside and everything had changed. The light seemed different, more intense but somehow hollow, and the familiar view from my window looked like a photograph of itself rather than a living scene. I'd felt eyes on me then too, that same weight of observation that haunts me now. But that morning, it had felt like invitation rather than threat, like something was calling me, drawing me toward an experience I didn't yet understand but somehow knew I needed to have. The apartment had felt too small suddenly, the walls too close, the air too stale and recycled. I'd packed quickly, driven by an urgency I couldn't name, throwing camping gear into my car with the efficiency of someone fleeing rather than someone taking a leisure trip. And now, sitting here by this window, watching curtains move in non-existent breezes, I understand that it was never really my decision at all. Something had been guiding me toward that campsite, toward those lights in the forest, toward whatever happened during those lost hours under the strange, patient glow. The watching continues, and I know with absolute certainty that this isn't over. Whatever found me out there in the woods, whatever studied me while I lay unconscious on the dew-soaked ground, it followed me home. It's still here, still observing, still waiting for something I can't begin to understand. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night when the curtains move and the appliances hum their alien songs, I think it's waiting for me to come back. Story 3. I told them the room was empty. It was an easy claim, accepted without a second glance. Yet the light leaking through the half-drawn blinds cast unfamiliar shapes against the walls, shadows that pulsed with a presence unspoken. The air was heavy, carrying an aroma that drifted in waves somewhere between smoke and forgotten flowers. Fingers brushed a surface slick with a film of unsettled dust, whispering secrets of movement, of disturbance. A chair slightly askew, the fibers of a rug disturbed, all painted a scene of silent chaos. I didn't acknowledge the flicker of warmth still lingering on the seat, but the warmth clung to my skin. The dream started simply enough, just stress, I told myself. Work had been demanding lately, sleep patterns disrupted, nothing unusual about that. Everyone has strange dreams when they're overtired. In the first one I was lying in bed, but it wasn't quite my bed. The sheets felt different against my skin, smoother, almost synthetic. There was a light outside the window, not the usual street light that filters through my curtains. This light was oval-shaped, steady, but with a subtle pulse, like breathing. It cast everything in a pale blue glow that made the familiar furniture look foreign. The strangest part was the silence. Complete silence, except for a low hum that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Not unpleasant, just present, like the sound of electricity running through walls you never notice until the power goes out. I woke feeling rested but oddly displaced, as if I'd been somewhere else entirely. The second dream came 3 nights later. The same room, the same synthetic sheets, but this time I was aware I was dreaming. That awareness didn't help. If anything, it made the experience more vivid, more immediate. The oval light was closer now, or perhaps larger. Its pulsing had a rhythm I almost recognized, like a song heard in childhood and half remembered. The hum was louder too, and underneath it something else. A voice maybe, but so distorted I couldn't make out words. It felt important, urgent, but remained just beyond comprehension. My body felt strange in this dream, lighter somehow, as if gravity had loosened its grip. When I tried to move, my limbs responded sluggishly, moving through air that felt thick as water. There was a scent in the air, sharp and clean, like ozone after a storm, but more artificial, more deliberate. Time moved differently here. What felt like hours passed in moments, or perhaps moments stretched into hours. I couldn't tell. The voice continued its incomprehensible murmur, and the light pulsed its steady rhythm, and I floated in that strange space between sleep and something else. When I woke, my mouth tasted metallic, and there was a small mark on my arm I didn't remember getting. The mark bothered me more than it should have, just a tiny red dot, barely visible, like a pinprick. I found myself touching it throughout the day, pressing it gently with my fingertip. It didn't hurt, but it was there, real and unexplained. Other small things began to catch my attention. The radio in my car developed a strange interference, a rhythmic static that almost sounded like that incomprehensible voice from the dream. My phone battery drained faster than usual, and sometimes the screen would flicker with patterns that reminded me of that pulsing light. These were coincidences, nothing more. Stress manifesting in small ways, making me hypersensitive to ordinary occurrences. I'd read about this phenomenon. When you're anxious, you start seeing patterns everywhere, connecting unrelated events into meaningful narratives. But the dreams continued. In the third dream, I wasn't in bed at all. I was standing in a room I'd never seen before, yet it felt familiar in a way that made my chest tight with recognition. The walls were smooth and curved, almost organic in their flow. That same artificial light filled the space, not coming from any visible source, but simply present like air. The voice was clearer now, though still not quite words. It had a quality that suggested intelligence, purpose, as if it were trying to communicate something specific. I found myself straining to understand, leaning into the sound like someone trying to hear a conversation in another room. There were others in this dream, not people exactly, but presences. I couldn't see them clearly, just shapes at the edge of my vision that moved with deliberate purpose. They seemed to be working, performing some task I couldn't comprehend. Their movements created soft sounds, clicks and whispers that blended with the ever-present hum. The strangest part was how normal it all felt. Despite the alien quality of the space, despite the incomprehensible nature of what was happening, there was a sense of routine, of familiarity, as if I'd been here many times before. I tried to speak in the dream, to call out to the shapes, but no sound came from my throat. I tried to move toward them, but my feet wouldn't obey. I was an observer only, present but not participating, aware but not active. The metallic taste was stronger when I woke, and the mark on my arm had company. 3 more tiny red dots, arranged in a perfect triangle. Sleep became something to fear, not because the dreams were frightening exactly, but because they felt more real than reality. My waking hours began to feel thin, insubstantial, like the pale reflection of something more vivid and immediate. At work, I found myself staring out windows, looking for that oval light. The fluorescent bulbs overhead buzzed with a frequency that sounded almost like the voice from my dreams. Conversations around me became distant, muffled, as if I were hearing them through water. I started losing time, small gaps at first, just a few minutes here and there. I'd be walking down a hallway and suddenly find myself in a different room with no memory of the journey. I'd be typing at my computer and look up to find an hour had passed, though it felt like seconds. The marks on my arm multiplied, always tiny, always red, always arranged in geometric patterns I couldn't quite identify but somehow recognized. I stopped wearing short sleeves, stopped looking at them directly, but I could feel them there, warm against my skin like small brands. The dreams grew longer, more detailed. I began to understand the routine of that curved room, the purpose behind the movements of those shadowy figures. They were preparing something, arranging something, working with an efficiency born of long practice. Sometimes I felt I was part of their work, not actively participating, but somehow necessary to the process. They would turn toward me, these shapes at the edge of vision, and though I couldn't see their faces, I felt their attention like a weight. The voice became clearer with each dream, though still not quite language as I understood it. It had inflection, rhythm, the rise and fall of meaning even without comprehensible words. Sometimes I felt on the verge of understanding, as if the meaning were just beyond a door I couldn't quite open. My reflection began to look strange to me, not different exactly, but somehow not quite right, like a photograph that's been adjusted in subtle ways. My eyes seemed brighter, more alert. My skin had a pallor that makeup couldn't entirely hide. There were shadows under my eyes that spoke of sleepless nights, though I slept more than ever. Because sleep was where the real life happened now. Waking felt like interruption, like being pulled away from something important. The mundane world of work and conversation and daily routine felt increasingly hollow, a performance I was going through without conviction. In the most vivid dream yet, I finally moved, not by my own will, but guided by gentle hands I couldn't see. They led me through the curved room to a space I hadn't noticed before, an alcove filled with that pulsing light. The voice was all around me now, inside me, speaking in harmonics that bypassed my ears and went straight to my understanding. Not words, but meaning, pure and direct. It told me things I already knew but had forgotten, showed me connections I had always sensed but never articulated. The shadowy figures became clearer, their purpose more obvious. They weren't alien at all, I realized. They were familiar, expected, part of a pattern I had been following for longer than I could remember. When I woke from that dream, I wasn't in my bed. I was sitting in my car in an empty parking lot, dressed in clothes I didn't remember putting on. The sun was rising, painting everything in soft gold light that reminded me of the glow from my dreams. My keys were in my hand, though I had no memory of taking them. The dashboard clock showed hours had passed, though it felt like minutes. My phone had dozens of missed calls, messages asking where I was, why I hadn't shown up for appointments I didn't remember making. But most disturbing of all was what I found when I looked in the rearview mirror. My arms were covered in those tiny red marks, hundreds of them now, forming intricate patterns that spiraled from my wrists to my shoulders. They were beautiful in their complexity, meaningful in ways I couldn't articulate but somehow understood. The dreams weren't dreams anymore, or perhaps they never had been. Perhaps what I'd been calling reality was the dream, the thin veneer covering something deeper and more true. I drove home through streets that looked different in the morning light, familiar yet strange, like a movie set designed to look like my neighborhood but not quite getting the details right. The shadows fell at wrong angles, the colors seemed oversaturated, even the air tasted different, carrying that sharp, clean scent I'd been breathing in my dreams. At home, I found evidence of activities I didn't remember, drawings on paper I didn't recall buying, sketches of curved rooms and geometric patterns that matched the marks on my skin. Notes written in my handwriting but in a language I didn't recognize, though the meaning felt just within reach. There were other things too, objects that didn't belong, small and metallic and warm to the touch. They hummed softly when I held them, resonating with a frequency I felt in my bones. The line between sleeping and waking dissolved entirely. I would close my eyes in my bedroom and open them in that curved room, or find myself standing in my kitchen while the shadowy figures moved around me, going about their incomprehensible business. The voice spoke to me constantly now, a gentle murmur that had become as familiar as my own heartbeat. It guided me through routines I didn't remember learning, showed me how to use the objects that had appeared in my home, taught me the meaning behind the patterns spreading across my skin. I stopped going to work, stopped answering the phone when it rang. The outside world felt increasingly irrelevant, a distraction from the real business of living. The people who knocked on my door seemed flat, two-dimensional, like characters in a play I was no longer interested in watching. My reflection disappeared from mirrors, not literally, but in the sense that the person looking back at me was no longer someone I recognized. The marks on my skin had spread to my face, delicate traceries that followed the lines of my bones. My eyes held depths they hadn't possessed before, reflecting light in ways that suggested vast spaces behind them. Sleep and waking became one continuous experience. I would lie down in my bed and find myself in the curved room, working alongside the figures who were no longer shadowy but clear and familiar. They welcomed me with gestures I understood without translation, included me in tasks that felt like remembering rather than learning. The voice told me stories of other places, other times, other versions of myself that had walked this same path. It showed me the patterns that connected all things, the rhythms that governed existence beyond the thin slice of reality I had mistaken for the whole. Time became fluid. I lived entire lifetimes in single breaths, experienced years of growth and change between one heartbeat and the next. The marks on my skin shifted and evolved, telling stories in languages older than words. And then, as if surfacing from deep water, I found myself back where it all began. Lying in bed, synthetic sheets smooth against my skin, oval light pulsing beyond the window. The hum filled the air, and the voice murmured its incomprehensible message. But this time was different. This time, when I reached out to touch the light, my hand didn't pass through empty air. It made contact with something solid, warm, real. Something that reached back and took my hand in its own, pulling me gently toward a truth I had been circling for longer than memory could hold. The room was empty, I had told them, but I had been wrong. It had never been empty at all. Story 4. It felt like the clock's hands whispered past each other, a faint, tactile sensation, as if the air itself was pushing against my skin in familiar defiance. I stood still in the dim-lit living room where the curtains danced lazily with a breeze I couldn't feel. Each tick seemed more deliberate, a soft pressure against my consciousness, pulling my thoughts to a time when the clock had never missed a beat. I reached out for the armchair to steady myself, its fabric scratchy like old memories. The clock nudge continued, and my ears started to ring. I hadn't felt that nudge since it all happened. I'm trying to remember. The pieces don't fit right anymore, like puzzle fragments from different boxes scattered across a table. Sometimes I wake up with my hands pressed against my temples, and there's this taste in my mouth, metallic, sharp, like I've been biting down on something that shouldn't be there. The living room feels wrong now, not dangerous, just wrong. The way shadows fall differently than they used to. The way sound seems to bend around corners that aren't there. I keep thinking I should move the furniture back to where it was before, but I can't remember where that was. Everything looks like it's in the right place, but my body tells me otherwise. There was a humming, I remember that clearly, not from any machine or electrical device. It came from underneath things, underneath the floor maybe, or underneath my thoughts. It would start soft, barely noticeable, then grow until it filled every space between my ribs. I'd press my ear to the wall trying to locate it, but it would always be coming from somewhere else. The phone rang once, just once. I picked it up and heard my own breathing on the other end, not an echo, my breathing, but happening at a different rhythm than what I was actually doing. I hung up and stared at the receiver for what felt like hours. When I finally moved, my legs were stiff like I'd been standing there much longer than I thought. I find notes in my own handwriting that I don't remember writing. Simple things. Check the back door. The light in the basement stays on. Don't go upstairs after the humming starts. My handwriting definitely, but the letters looked pressed too hard into the paper. Desperate, like I was trying to carve the words into something more permanent than just paper. The basement light, I keep coming back to that. It's one of those bare bulbs hanging from a chain, the kind that swings when you pull it, but I never pulled it. I'd find it swaying sometimes, casting moving shadows on the concrete walls. The switch was always in the same position, off, but the light would be on anyway, swaying like someone had just been down there. My reflection doesn't look right in certain mirrors, not all of them, just the one in the hallway and the small one above the kitchen sink. I look tired in ways that sleep doesn't fix. My eyes seem to be focused on something just behind my own shoulder. I've turned around so many times to see what I'm looking at, but there's never anything there. There are marks on my arms, small ones, perfectly round, like someone pressed the tip of a pencil into my skin and held it there. They don't hurt, they don't itch. They're just there, arranged in patterns I almost recognize but can't quite place. Sometimes I count them. The number changes, not because new ones appear, but because I keep losing count in the same spot, like my mind slides off them. I remember standing in the kitchen at some point, holding a glass of water. The water was moving, not rippling, moving, like it was trying to climb out of the glass. I set it down on the counter and watched it settle, but my hand was steady the whole time. There was no reason for the water to move like that, no reason I can think of. The air gets thick sometimes, usually in the evening, but not every evening. It becomes difficult to move through, like walking through invisible curtains. My breathing gets shallow, not from fear, but because there seems to be less space for air in my lungs. During these times, I hear footsteps upstairs, slow, measured steps that follow the same path. From the bedroom to the bathroom, then back, over and over. I live alone. I found a recording on my phone, my voice talking to someone. I'm answering questions, but I can only hear my side of the conversation. Yes, I understand. No, that doesn't hurt. I can see it now. Should I be writing this down? The recording is 17 minutes long. I don't remember making it. The timestamp says it was recorded while I was asleep. The clock in the living room stops sometimes, not broken, stopped. The hands freeze in place, but I can still feel time passing. My body knows hours have gone by, but the clock insists otherwise. When it starts again, it's always exactly the right time, like those missing hours never happened or happened somewhere else. There's a door I keep forgetting about, not forgetting it exists, but forgetting where it leads. I'll walk toward it with purpose, my hand reaching for the handle, and then I'll stop, standing there trying to remember what's on the other side. It's my house. I should know where every door leads, but this one feels like it might open onto something different each time. The humming comes back stronger now. It started again the day I felt the clock's nudge return. It builds in layers, like voices joining a choir one by one. Sometimes I think I can almost make out words in it, but when I focus too hard, it becomes just sound again. My teeth ache when it gets loud. I've been drawing things, shapes mostly, geometric patterns that seem important while I'm making them. I'll spend hours getting the angles just right, pressing the pencil deep into the paper, but when I look at them later, they just look like doodles. Random lines that don't mean anything, except my hands remember making them. My hands remember why they mattered. The taste in my mouth is getting stronger, not just when I wake up anymore. It comes and goes throughout the day, usually when I'm trying to remember something specific. Like my body is trying to tell me something my mind won't accept. I've started keeping mints in every room, but they don't help. The taste comes from somewhere deeper. There was a conversation, I'm almost certain of this, someone explaining something to me very patiently while I nodded and agreed. I can remember the feeling of understanding, that moment when everything clicks into place, but I can't remember what I understood, just the relief of finally knowing, followed immediately by the frustration of knowing I knew but not knowing what. The marks on my arms are warm sometimes, not painful, just warm, like tiny points of body heat that don't belong to me. When this happens, I find myself walking to different rooms without deciding to. My feet know where they're going, but my mind is somewhere else. I'll come back to awareness standing in front of that door I keep forgetting about, my hand raised toward the handle. I think something is trying to come back, not return exactly, more like surface, like it's been there all along, just underneath where I could reach it. The clock's nudge is getting stronger, the humming lasts longer, the thick air comes more frequently, and I'm starting to remember the feeling of not being alone in my own thoughts. The recording on my phone has gotten longer. Same conversation, same questions I can't hear, but now it's 23 minutes. I didn't make a new recording. The old one just has more of me talking. I think I'm ready now. Yes, I can feel it working. How long before I forget again? That last question makes my chest tight every time I hear it. My handwriting is changing, not the shape of the letters, but the pressure. The desperation is fading, replaced by something that looks almost calm, resigned. The new notes say different things. It's easier this time. The door is ready. I won't fight it anymore. I don't remember writing these either, but my hand doesn't shake when I hold them. I can see the pattern now, not clearly, but I can sense its shape. Everything that's been happening, all these fragments, they're not random. They're pieces of something larger, something that was interrupted but never stopped. The clock, the humming, the marks, the door, they're all part of the same thing, all working toward the same moment. The thick air came again today, but this time I didn't struggle against it. I let it hold me, let it guide me through the house. My feet followed that familiar path, the one I never consciously learned, to the kitchen where the water in the glass was moving again, to the basement where the light swayed without wind, to the hallway where my reflection watched me with eyes that knew something I didn't. And then to the door. I remember now why I keep forgetting what's behind it. It's not that it leads to different places. It's that it leads to the same place, but I'm different each time I approach it. Changed. Ready for the next step in something I agreed to but chose not to remember. The handle is warm under my palm. The humming is so loud now it's become silence. The marks on my arms pulse in rhythm with something deeper than my heartbeat, and I understand, finally, that this isn't about remembering what happened. This is about letting it happen again. The door is opening, my hand is turning the handle, but I'm not making it turn. Something else is, something that knows exactly what it's doing. The thick air rushes past me into whatever space lies beyond, and I can hear my own voice on the other side, answering questions I still can't hear. I'm going to stop writing now. The memories are coming back faster than I can record them, and I don't think I'm supposed to fight it anymore. The clock's hands are whispering again, but this time they're saying words I recognize. It's time to go through the door. Something has awakened, and it's been waiting patiently for me to remember that I invited it in. Story 5. I was fixed in place, watching the old wooden chair that faced the door. It was meant to be turned to the window like always. The air held a quiet charge, refusing to settle, as if waiting for a cue. Light seeped through the thin curtains, barely brushing the room's edges, leaving the corners untouched. My eyes traced the lines of the chair's back, the worn grooves whispering stories of past neglect. The room was a breath away from being still, each tick of a clock somewhere else marking time I couldn't feel. Then a soft sigh of fabric behind me, a curtain gently falling back in place, though I hadn't seen it move. That's where it starts, that chair, that room, but everything else comes in pieces like photographs scattered on the floor after someone's dropped them. I've been trying to put them back in order, but the edges don't match anymore. Nothing fits the way it should. I remember the taste of copper in my mouth, not blood, something else. Something that made my tongue feel thick and strange. I was standing somewhere, maybe the same room, maybe different. The walls were painted a color I can't name. Not white, not cream. Something in between that made my eyes water when I looked too long. There was a sound, always a sound, threading through everything else. A low hum that seemed to come from inside my bones rather than from any machine or wire. It would start soft, barely noticeable, then grow until it filled every empty space in my skull. Sometimes I think I can still hear it now, underneath the normal sounds of living, underneath my own breathing. The chair was wrong that day. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't remember why. It faced the door when it should have faced the window, or maybe it faced the window when it should have faced the door. The certainty keeps slipping away from me like water through cupped hands. I was wearing something soft, cotton maybe, or something that felt like cotton but wasn't quite right. The fabric clung to my skin in places where fabric shouldn't cling. My arms felt heavy, disconnected from my shoulders. When I tried to lift them, there was a delay, like the signal from my brain had to travel through thick syrup to reach my hands. Someone had been in the room before me. I could smell them, not perfume or soap, but something deeper. The scent of skin that's been under stress for too long. The smell of fear, maybe, or exhaustion so complete it becomes its own odor. It lingered in the air like smoke, visible if I squinted just right, but gone when I tried to focus on it directly. The light changed while I stood there, not gradually the way light should change, but in sudden shifts that made me blink hard and wonder if I'd lost moments in between. 1 second the room was dim, full of gray shadows that pooled in the corners. The next, harsh brightness flooded everything, washing out colors and making my eyes stream. I think I tried to move toward the chair. I think I wanted to turn it around, put it back the way it belonged, but my feet wouldn't cooperate. They felt rooted to the floor, or maybe the floor had grown soft and was holding them in place. Each step required enormous effort, like walking through wet concrete that hadn't quite set. There was a door, not the one the chair faced, another door behind me and to the left. I never saw it open, but I knew someone had come through it. I could feel their presence like a change in air pressure, the way you can feel a storm coming hours before the first clouds appear. They stood there, watching me watch the chair, and neither of us moved for what felt like hours. The hum grew louder. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, vibrating through the floorboards and up into my legs. My teeth began to ache from clenching them against the sound, but I couldn't seem to relax my jaw. The muscles had locked in place, and all I could do was stand there and let the vibrations work their way through my skeleton. I remember thinking about windows, not the window in the room, other windows from before. Windows I'd looked through while eating breakfast, while brushing my teeth, while doing all the small things that make up a normal day. Those windows had shown me familiar views, trees I recognized, cars parked in the same spots they'd been parked the day before, neighbors walking dogs whose names I knew. But when I tried to remember what I'd seen through those windows recently, everything went white and empty. Like someone had painted over the glass from the outside, leaving me with nothing but my own reflection staring back at me. The person behind me moved, just a small shift, maybe turning their head or adjusting their weight from one foot to the other, but I felt it like an earthquake. The air between us compressed and expanded, and for a moment I thought I might fall over from the force of it. I wanted to turn around to see who was there, but my neck wouldn't cooperate. My head stayed locked in position, eyes fixed on that wrong chair. Something was supposed to happen. I knew this with the same certainty I knew my own name, though when I tried to think of what that something might be, my mind went blank and buzzing. It was important. It was the reason I was in the room, the reason the chair was turned the wrong way, the reason the person behind me stood so still and quiet. The smell of metal joined the other smells, sharp and clean, like coins or like the air before lightning strikes. It made my nostrils burn and my eyes water, but underneath the discomfort was something else, recognition. I'd smelled this before in this room or somewhere very much like it, recently. My hands were shaking. I could see them trembling at the edges of my vision, but I couldn't feel the movement. It was like watching someone else's hands shake, someone who happened to be wearing the same sleeves I was wearing. The disconnection was so complete it was almost funny. Almost. The light behind me changed, not the harsh, shifting brightness from before, but something warmer and more focused. like someone had turned on a lamp or opened a door to a brighter room. The change cast new shadows across the floor, and I watched them creep toward my feet like living things. I think I said something. My throat felt raw, the way it does after shouting or crying for a long time, and there was a taste in my mouth that might have been words. But I can't remember what I might have said, or even if the sounds that came out made any sense. They felt important when I made them, urgent and necessary, but now they're just another blank space in the sequence of events. The chair moved, not much, just a small rotation, maybe an inch or two to the left, but I saw it happen, and the sight of it made my stomach drop like I'd stepped off a cliff. Chairs don't move by themselves. Someone had to have touched it, pushed it, but the person behind me was still behind me, and I was still frozen in place several feet away. The hum stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. It pressed against my eardrums and made the inside of my skull feel hollow and echoing. I could hear my own heartbeat, too loud and too fast, and the whisper of air moving in and out of my lungs. These normal sounds seemed obscene in the sudden quiet, too intimate and revealing. That's when I noticed the floor, the pattern in the wood grain, the way the boards fit together, the small stains and scratches that marked years of use. I'd seen this floor before, had walked across it countless times, but now every detail seemed hyperreal and significant. Each mark told a story I couldn't quite understand, but felt I should remember. My shadow was wrong. It fell across the floor at an angle that didn't match where the light was coming from, and it seemed too long, too thin, like it belonged to someone much taller than me. When I tried to move my arm to test if the shadow would follow, nothing happened. The shadow stayed exactly where it was, independent and unresponsive. The person behind me was breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed to match some rhythm I couldn't identify, not quite in sync with my own breathing, not quite opposite to it, but something in between that created a subtle harmony. It was almost musical, almost soothing, but underneath the calm surface was something that made my skin crawl. I wanted to leave. The desire came over me suddenly and completely, like hunger or thirst, but more urgent. I needed to get out of the room, away from the chair and the person and the smell of metal and fear. But when I tried to remember where the exit was, how I'd gotten into the room in the first place, everything went fuzzy and indistinct. There had been a hallway, long and narrow, with doors on both sides. I'd walked down it, counting the doors as I passed. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I couldn't remember which door had led to this room or what had been behind the others. The memory was there, just out of reach, like trying to remember a dream after waking up. The chair was facing the door again, or maybe it had never moved, and I'd imagined the rotation. Reality felt negotiable in that room, subject to change without notice. What I thought I'd seen might not have happened. What I remembered might not be real. The only constant was my own confusion, my inability to trust my own perceptions. Something touched my shoulder, light as a feather, gentle as a whisper, but it made me want to scream. The touch was familiar and completely alien at the same time. I knew those fingers, had felt them on my skin before, but not like this, not with this weight of intention behind them. The room began to spin, not violently, not enough to make me fall, but just enough to make me question whether I was still standing upright. The walls breathed in and out like living things, and the ceiling seemed to press down closer to my head. I was shrinking, or the room was shrinking around me, and soon there would be no space left for air or movement or thought. I closed my eyes, but the darkness behind my eyelids was full of shapes and colors that shouldn't have been there. Geometric patterns that pulsed and shifted, faces that appeared and dissolved before I could recognize them, landscapes that belonged to no place I'd ever been. The inside of my head had become a foreign country with its own laws and logic. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty. The chair still faced the door, but the person behind me was gone. The air smelled different, cleaner, but also emptier, like something essential had been removed. I was alone with my confusion and the lingering echo of that touch on my shoulder. I think I fell down then, not collapsed exactly, but let myself sink to the floor as if my legs had simply decided they were done holding me up. The wood was cool against my palms, solid and real in a way that nothing else in the room seemed to be. I pressed my forehead to the floor and tried to remember how I'd gotten there, why I'd come, what I was supposed to do next. But the memories wouldn't come. They hovered just beyond my reach, taunting and incomplete. I knew they were important. I knew they held answers to questions I didn't even know how to ask. But every time I tried to grasp them, they slipped away like smoke or water or dreams upon waking. The chair is still there, still facing the wrong direction, still holding secrets in its worn wooden frame. Sometimes I think if I could just turn it around, put it back the way it's supposed to be, everything else would fall into place. The memories would return, the confusion would clear, and I'd understand what happened in that room and why it matters so much. But I can't go back, not yet. The door is locked, or maybe I just can't find the key. The hallway with its numbered doors has become a maze in my mind, all the passages leading nowhere or back to where I started. I'm trapped outside my own memories, looking in through windows that show me only fragments and shadows. The hum has started again, faint at first, barely noticeable, but growing stronger each day. It follows me now, that sound, threading through my dreams and waking thoughts. Sometimes I think it's trying to tell me something, to lead me back to that room and that chair and whatever truth is waiting there. I can feel it pulling at me, that room, like gravity, like magnetism, like a fish hook embedded so deep I can't cut it out. The memories are getting stronger, more insistent. Soon, I think, they'll be strong enough to drag me back whether I want to go or not. And maybe that's what I'm waiting for. Maybe that's what I've been hoping for all along. Because living with fragments is worse than living with the whole truth, no matter how terrible that truth might be. The not knowing is its own kind of torture, its own special hell. The chair is waiting, the room is waiting. The person who touched my shoulder is waiting, somewhere in the spaces between what I remember and what I've forgotten. They're all waiting for me to find my way back, to complete the circuit, to finish whatever was started in that moment when the curtain fell back into place, though I hadn't seen it move. I can feel myself getting closer. The pull is stronger now, the hum louder, the fragments sharper and more insistent. Soon I'll have to go back. Soon I'll have to face whatever's waiting in that room with its wrong chair and its breathing walls and its smell of metal and fear. Soon I'll remember everything, and then I'll understand why forgetting was a mercy I didn't deserve to keep. Story 6. I stood by the staircase, watching the dust settle slowly in thin, sunlit streaks. The walls seemed to breathe quietly with age, creaking softly in their restraint. The air felt heavy, pregnant with unvoiced secrets that hung like unseen cobwebs, clinging just out of reach. Though no breeze passed, the curtains swayed as if beckoning silently to some hidden rhythm. My eyes fell on a smudged footprint by the door, one that hadn't been there before, obscured until now by the shifting light. Nothing happened that night. I want to make that clear from the beginning. Whatever I thought I saw, whatever I might have imagined in those drowsy moments between sleep and waking, it wasn't real. It couldn't have been real. I was probably just tired from the long drive, my mind playing tricks on me the way minds do when you're in an unfamiliar place. The footprint was just mud tracked in from outside, that's all it was. Maybe I'd stepped there myself and forgotten about it. Memory can be unreliable, especially when you're exhausted. The way it seemed to shimmer slightly in the afternoon light was just a trick of the dust particles floating through the air. Nothing more than that. I hadn't intended to stay in that house overnight. It was supposed to be a quick visit just to check on things, make sure everything was secure. But the weather turned and the roads became difficult to navigate, so I decided to wait it out. A perfectly reasonable decision. Nothing unusual about taking shelter during a storm. The house had been empty for months, which explained the stale air and the way sounds seemed to echo differently than they should. Empty houses always feel strange at first. The silence was just what you'd expect from a place that had been vacant for so long, though I have to admit it felt deliberate somehow, like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. But that's just the kind of foolish thought that comes to you when you're alone in an unfamiliar space. I settled into the main room as evening approached. The furniture was still there, covered in white sheets that had collected dust over the months. When I pulled one sheet away from a chair, it made a soft whooshing sound like a sigh. The fabric felt oddly warm beneath my fingers, though the house was quite cold, probably just from being bundled up so tightly for so long. The chair underneath was a deep blue color, almost navy, with worn arms that showed the impression of someone who had sat there regularly. I didn't sit in it myself. Something about it felt too personal, too intimate. Instead, I chose a spot on the floor near the window where I could watch the rain streak down the glass. That's when I started hearing the sounds. Not that there were any real sounds, of course. Just the house settling the way old houses do, the rain on the roof. Maybe some small animal in the walls, but for some reason my mind kept interpreting these normal household noises as something else. Something like voices, though that's impossible. The nearest neighbor was miles away. The voices seemed to be coming from upstairs, a low murmur like people having a conversation in another room. But there was no one else in the house. I was certain of that. I'd checked every room when I arrived purely as a security precaution. All empty, all normal. So whatever I thought I was hearing was just the wind through the eaves or water in the pipes. Though I do remember thinking how strange it was that the conversation seemed to pause whenever I moved, like they were listening to me the way I was listening to them. But voices can't pause, not when they're just the wind. As the evening grew darker, I found myself straining to make out what they might be saying, not because I believed they were real, but because the human mind naturally tries to find patterns in random noise. It's a survival instinct. We hear voices in static, see faces in clouds. It doesn't mean anything. But the words did seem remarkably clear for wind noise, something about waiting, about being patient, about how it would be soon. The tone was almost reassuring, like parents talking to a child who's afraid of the dark, though that comparison makes no sense because there were no voices at all. I decided to go upstairs and investigate just to prove to myself that there was nothing there. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty rooms above. The sound seemed to echo longer than it should have, as if the house was much larger than it appeared from outside. The hallway upstairs was darker than I expected. I hadn't brought a flashlight and I couldn't find a light switch that worked. The power had been turned off months ago, but somehow I could still see well enough to navigate, as if there was light coming from somewhere, though I couldn't identify the source. Probably just my eyes adjusting to the darkness. There were 3 doors along the hallway, all closed. I opened the first one slowly, not wanting to disturb anything that might have made its home in the empty room. Inside was what looked like a bedroom, though it was difficult to make out details in the dim light. The air smelled metallic, like old pipes or maybe just the rain outside. The second door opened onto a smaller room, possibly a study or office. There was a desk by the window and papers scattered across its surface as if someone had been working there recently. But that was impossible. The house had been empty for months. The papers were probably just old documents left behind, moved around by air currents when I opened the door. Though I do remember noticing that the ink on the top page looked fresh, dark blue like it had just been written, and the handwriting was neat, careful, as if someone had taken their time with it. But I didn't read what it said. I wasn't there to pry into personal matters. The third door was locked. I tried the handle several times, thinking it might just be stuck, but it wouldn't budge, which was strange because I could hear that conversation more clearly from this side of the door. The voices that weren't really voices, I mean. The sound that was probably just air moving through the walls. But standing there with my ear nearly pressed to the wood, I could swear I heard my name being mentioned. Not called out, just mentioned in passing, the way you might reference someone who wasn't there. Though that's clearly impossible, since no one else was in the house, and even if they were, they wouldn't know my name. I tried to peer through the keyhole, but it was too dark inside the room to see anything. Or maybe the darkness was just different somehow, thicker, like looking into deep water at night. But I could sense that the room was larger than the other two, with high ceilings and maybe a window on the far wall. Not that I could actually see any of this, of course. I went back downstairs, convinced that I'd proven to myself there was nothing unusual happening. Just an empty house with the normal sounds that empty houses make. The voices had stopped anyway, probably because the wind had died down outside. But as I settled back onto the floor by the window, I realized I could still hear them. Fainter now, but definitely still there. And they seemed to be coming from downstairs now, from somewhere behind me. When I turned to look, though, there was nothing but the sheet-covered furniture and the blue chair I hadn't sat in. The conversation seemed more urgent now, less patient. There were more voices, too, though I couldn't count exactly how many. They overlapped in a way that made it difficult to distinguish individual words, but the tone was unmistakably excited. Like people discussing something they'd been waiting for, something that was finally about to happen. I found myself walking toward the sound, though I hadn't consciously decided to move. My feet just carried me across the room to a door I hadn't noticed before. It was smaller than the others, set back in an alcove that seemed to create its own shadows, even in the dim light filtering through the windows. The door was slightly ajar, though I was certain all the doors had been closed when I first walked through the house. Through the gap, I could see what looked like stairs leading down. A basement, probably, though I hadn't seen any exterior indication that the house had a lower level. The voices were definitely coming from down there now, multiple conversations happening at once, creating a gentle buzz of human activity. It sounded almost like a party, people gathered together for some kind of celebration, which was ridiculous, of course. There was no one else in the house. But I found myself pushing the door open anyway, just to satisfy my curiosity. The stairs were wooden and looked sturdy enough, though they disappeared into darkness after just a few steps. The air that drifted up from below was warmer than the rest of the house, and it carried that same metallic scent I'd noticed upstairs. I didn't go down, I want to make that absolutely clear. I stood at the top of the stairs for a moment, listening to the sounds that weren't really there, and then I closed the door and walked away. I never descended those stairs. I never saw what was at the bottom. Though I do remember thinking how strange it was that I could hear music now too. Something soft and melodic, like a lullaby or maybe a waltz. The kind of music you might play at a gathering where people wanted to feel relaxed and comfortable. But there was no music playing in the house. There couldn't have been with the power turned off. I spent the rest of the night by the window, watching the rain and trying to ignore the sounds that seemed to be coming from every direction now. Not just voices and music, but footsteps too. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the rooms around me, up the stairs, across the floor above my head. But whenever I looked, there was never anyone there. Just empty rooms and covered furniture and that blue chair that somehow seemed to have moved slightly closer to where I was sitting. Though that was probably just my imagination, distorting my memory of where it had been before. The footsteps seemed to circle around me, keeping a respectful distance but never quite going away, like people who wanted to approach but were waiting for permission, or maybe waiting for me to fall asleep. Not that there were any people, of course, just the house settling and my overtired mind turning normal sounds into something more elaborate. But I have to admit I didn't sleep that night. Every time I felt myself starting to drift off, the sounds would grow louder, more insistent. The voices would call my name, though not in any language I recognized. The music would shift into something more urgent, more demanding, and those footsteps would move closer until I could swear I felt the floorboards shifting under weight that wasn't there. When morning finally came, everything went quiet. The voices stopped, the music faded, the footsteps disappeared. Even the rain had ended. I packed up my things and prepared to leave, grateful that the long night was over and I could return to normal life. But as I reached for the door handle, I noticed something that made me pause. The blue chair was now facing directly toward where I'd been sitting all night, and there was an indentation in the cushion, as if someone had been sitting in it, watching me. I didn't investigate further. There was no point. Furniture can shift on its own, especially in an old house with uneven floors, and cushions can develop impressions from their own weight over time. There was nothing supernatural about it. I left the house that morning and drove straight home without looking back. I haven't returned since, and I don't plan to. Not because anything unusual happened there, but simply because I have no reason to go back. The house is secure, everything is in order, and there's nothing more that needs to be done. Sometimes, though, I find myself thinking about that night, not because it was significant in any way, but because the memory has an odd quality to it, like remembering a particularly vivid dream. I can recall details that seem impossibly clear for something that happened in such dim light. The exact shade of blue of that chair, the pattern of the wallpaper in the upstairs hallway, the way the basement stairs curved slightly to the left as they descended. Not that I saw the basement stairs curve to the left. I never went down there, remember. I just stood at the top for a moment before closing the door, but somehow I know they curved. Just like I know the basement had a low ceiling with exposed beams and a concrete floor that had been painted gray at some point but was now chipped and stained. I also know there were candles burning down there, dozens of them, creating a warm, flickering light that made shadows dance on the walls. And I know there were people sitting in a circle, all facing inward, all waiting patiently for something to begin. Their faces were calm and expectant, like an audience before a performance. But I never saw any of this, of course. I never went down those stairs. I never joined that circle of patient faces. I never felt the warm wax from the candles dripping onto my hands as I held them out, palms up, in the traditional gesture of welcome. I never heard them explain what would happen next, how the process worked, why I had been chosen. I never felt that mixture of fear and anticipation as they described what it would feel like, how it would change me, how I would never be quite the same afterward. And I certainly never agreed to return. I never promised to come back when they called for me again. I never felt that strange sense of belonging, of finally finding the place where I was meant to be. None of that happened. It was just a long, sleepless night in an empty house, nothing more. My imagination filling in details that couldn't possibly be real, creating elaborate fantasies to cope with the discomfort of being alone in an unfamiliar place. But I have been having the most interesting dreams lately. Dreams where I'm walking down those wooden stairs again, feeling the warm air rise up to meet me. Dreams where I take my place in that circle of waiting faces, where I hold out my hands and feel the candle wax drip between my fingers. Dreams where I finally understand what they were trying to tell me that night, what they're still trying to tell me. Dreams where I stop being afraid and start being grateful for the invitation. They're just dreams, though, nothing more than my subconscious processing the stress of that unusual night. There's no significance to them, no hidden meaning. Dreams are just random neural activity after all. They don't mean anything. Though I have noticed that I wake up with that metallic taste in my mouth sometimes. And there are mornings when I find candle wax under my fingernails, though I don't own any candles. But these are just coincidences, easily explained by rational means. The important thing is that nothing really happened that night. I was alone in an empty house. I heard some sounds that turned out to be nothing, and I left the next morning. End of story. I'm sure I'll never have to go back there again. I'm sure they'll never call for me. I'm sure that when I close my eyes tonight, I'll just have normal dreams about normal things. Though I do find myself listening more carefully to the sounds my own house makes at night, and I've started leaving my bedroom door open, just in case I need to hear them when they whisper my name. Story 7. I'm trying to piece this together. The curtains, the mail, the crumbs on the counter that shouldn't have been there. I keep coming back to these details, turning them over in my mind like stones I've found on a beach I can't remember visiting. The television was on when I walked into that room. Static filled the spaces between channels, and I remember thinking how the sound reminded me of rain against windows, but there were no windows in that room. Were there? The memory shifts when I try to hold it steady, like looking at something underwater. I can smell metal, sharp and clean, like coins pressed against warm skin. It comes in waves, this scent, usually when I'm trying to sleep. Sometimes I wake up and my hands smell like it too, but I wash them and the smell returns within hours. The back door, I left it open because someone might need to come in or go out. I can't remember which, but the feeling was urgent, necessary. The garden gate swinging in a breeze that didn't exist. I watched it move from the kitchen window back and forth, like a metronome keeping time for a song I'd forgotten how to hum. There was a sound underneath everything else, a hum that lived in the walls, in the floorboards, maybe in my bones. I'd press my ear against different surfaces trying to locate it, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The refrigerator made noise, the air conditioning unit outside clicked on and off, but this was different. This was alive. I found myself standing in doorways without remembering walking to them. The threshold between the kitchen and the hallway became familiar territory, my feet wearing a pattern in the wood. I'd stand there and listen, though I couldn't say what I was listening for. Sometimes I'd catch myself holding my breath. The mail on the table wasn't mine. I knew this somehow, though I never opened any of it to check. The handwriting on the envelopes felt foreign, the return addresses smudged as if they'd been handled by wet fingers, but they were arranged so carefully, like an offering or a message I was supposed to understand. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked tired in a way that sleep couldn't fix. There were shadows under my eyes that seemed too dark, too deep. I'd splash cold water on my face, and the person looking back at me would seem surprised, as if they hadn't expected to see me there. The clock on the wall kept perfect time, but I stopped trusting it. Minutes would stretch into hours, then hours would collapse into seconds. I'd look up and realize I'd been staring at the second hand for what felt like forever, watching it sweep around and around, hypnotized by its certainty when everything else felt unstable. Sometimes I'd find myself in the garden without remembering going outside. The grass would be wet against my bare feet, even when it hadn't rained. I'd stand there feeling the earth shift slightly beneath me, as if something large was moving underground. The sensation would travel up through my legs, settling in my chest like a second heartbeat. There was a light that didn't belong. I'd catch glimpses of it in my peripheral vision, always just out of direct sight. It had a quality that reminded me of candlelight, but warmer, more yellow. When I'd turn to look directly at it, there would be nothing there except the familiar shadows of furniture and door frames. I swept those crumbs off the counter every morning, but they returned each night. Tiny fragments that looked like breadcrumbs but felt different between my fingers, grittier. They left a residue on my palms that I couldn't wash away completely, a texture that lingered like a memory of touch. The sound of footsteps echoed through the house at irregular intervals, not the sharp click of shoes or the soft pad of bare feet, but something in between, something that suggested weight without substance. I'd follow the sound from room to room, always arriving just after it had moved on to somewhere else. My dreams became indistinguishable from waking moments. I'd find myself standing in the hallway at night, unsure if I'd gotten out of bed or if I was still asleep. The darkness felt thick, almost tangible, and I'd reach out to touch it with my fingertips. Sometimes it felt like it was reaching back. There was a moment, just one, when everything aligned. The hum in the walls crescendoed, the light appeared directly in front of me, and the footsteps stopped. I was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and hallway, and something was standing there with me. Not beside me, but occupying the same space, like two photographs printed on the same piece of paper. I remember the sensation of being observed from the inside out, not watched but known. Every thought, every fear, every fragment of memory I'd been trying to reconstruct was suddenly visible to something that had been there all along. The metal smell became overwhelming, and I realized it wasn't coming from outside me at all. But then the moment fractured, scattered like those crumbs I kept sweeping away. I was left with the aftertaste of understanding, the ghost of revelation that dissolved the moment I tried to examine it directly, like trying to remember a word that sits just at the edge of your tongue, familiar but unreachable. The television continued its cycle of static and silence. The mail remained unopened, accumulating purpose I couldn't decipher. The back door stayed ajar, an invitation or an escape route, and the garden gate continued its endless swing between open and closed. I started writing things down, trying to capture the fragments before they slipped away again. But the words on paper looked foreign, as if someone else had written them using my hand. The handwriting was mine, but the thoughts felt borrowed, translated from a language I didn't recognize. The curtains moved without wind, just slightly, just enough to shift the patterns of light across the floor. I'd sit and watch these patterns change, seeing shapes that reminded me of things I couldn't name. Shadows that looked almost like gestures, like someone trying to communicate through the movement of light and dark. I began to understand that I wasn't remembering something that had happened. I was experiencing something that was still happening, had always been happening, would continue happening whether I acknowledged it or not. The fragments weren't pieces of a past event, but glimpses of an ongoing present I couldn't fully perceive. The house breathed around me. I felt its rhythm in the floorboards, heard it in the way doors settled in their frames. My own breathing synchronized with it until I couldn't tell where the house ended and I began. We became part of the same system, the same organism, sharing the same circulation of air and intention. Something has changed recently. The fragments are coming together more quickly now, forming patterns I almost recognize. The metal smell has grown stronger, and the light appears more frequently, staying longer each time. The footsteps have become more deliberate, more purposeful. I think I'm beginning to remember what I was trying to forget, or maybe I'm finally forgetting what I was trying to remember. The distinction doesn't seem important anymore. What matters is that something is awakening, something that has been patient and persistent and is now ready to be fully seen. The back door remains open. The garden gate continues its swing. The mail accumulates its mysterious purpose. And I wait here in the doorway, no longer trying to understand, just allowing the fragments to arrange themselves into whatever truth they were always meant to reveal. The hum in the walls is getting louder. Story 8. I keep reading this report over and over. The words blur together sometimes, but I wrote them. I know I wrote them because the handwriting is mine, even though it feels foreign now, like watching someone else move my fingers across the page. The office, I remember the office. But not like this, not clinical and cold like these words make it sound. I remember warmth, the kind that settles under your skin and stays there pulsing. The fluorescent lights weren't just functioning as scheduled, they were humming, that deep, constant vibration that gets inside your bones and makes your teeth ache. I can still hear it when I close my eyes. The chair, the offset chair, I pushed it back, didn't I? Or did someone else? My hands remember the smooth plastic of the armrests, still warm from whoever sat there before me. But the report doesn't mention warmth. It doesn't mention how the fabric smelled like copper pennies and something else, something organic. I was supposed to be documenting something, that much is clear, but what? The recycling bin, shredded paper, standard procedures, but I remember kneeling beside it, my fingers sifting through the white strips, trying to piece something together. The edges were sharp. They left tiny cuts on my fingertips that I didn't notice until later when I saw the small red dots on everything I touched. The keyboard, the door handle, the pen cap. The pen cap, where was the pen? My head throbs when I try to remember. Not pain exactly, but pressure, like something expanding behind my eyes, pushing outward. The doctor said this is normal after trauma, but I don't remember any trauma. I remember the office. I remember the hum. I remember the warmth under my skin getting hotter. The computer terminal was on, login screen, but whose login? The cursor blinked steadily, waiting. I must have stood there for a long time watching it pulse. Hypnotic. The screen reflected my face, but distorted, stretched. My eyes looked too wide, too dark, like I was looking at myself from underwater. The blinds were drawn, I remember that now, but not completely. There were gaps between the slats where light leaked through in thin golden lines. They moved. The lines moved across the wall, but there was no wind outside, no clouds. The draft I documented was real, though. It touched the back of my neck like fingers, cold fingers that made the hair stand up. I keep coming back to the warmth. It started in my chest and spread outward down my arms into my stomach. Pleasant at first, comforting, but then it grew stronger, more insistent. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, but I wasn't hot, not on the surface. The warmth was deeper than that, cellular, like my blood was heating up from the inside. The shredded paper, I'm remembering more about the shredded paper. There were words on some of the strips, fragments, subject exhibits on one piece, recommended for on another, immediate termination on a third, but termination of what? Employment, a project, something else. My hands shake when I write this. They've been shaking since I woke up in the hospital. The nurses said it was normal. Shock, they called it, but I don't feel shocked. I feel hollow, like something was scooped out of me and I'm just now noticing the empty space. I found the pen not in the office but later, in my jacket pocket, but I don't remember putting it there. It was warm when I pulled it out, warmer than body temperature. The metal barrel was almost too hot to hold. When I clicked it, red ink came out, not blue, not black, red, thick and viscous. It smelled like copper pennies. The humming is getting louder as I write this, not just in my memory now. I can hear it in the walls of this room, in the electrical outlets, in the space between my thoughts. It's calling something back, something I'm not sure I want to remember. The office door, I keep seeing the office door in flashes. It was closed when I arrived, I'm certain of that, but when I turned to leave it was open, just a crack, wide enough for someone to look through, or for something to slip inside. The hallway beyond was dark, even though it was morning, even though all the lights were functioning as scheduled. I documented everything wrong. The report makes it sound routine, ordinary, but nothing about that morning was ordinary. The air itself felt different, thicker, like breathing through fabric. Every sound was muffled except for the humming, which grew clearer and more distinct with each passing minute. There was someone else there, I'm almost certain now, not in the office but close, watching. I could feel eyes on me as I moved between the desks, as I knelt by the recycling bin, as I stood frozen in front of the computer screen. The feeling was so strong it made my skin crawl, made the warmth inside me pulse faster. The pen cap on the floor, I picked it up, held it in my palm. It was small and insignificant, but it felt important, like a key to something I couldn't see. When I squeezed it, it left an indent in my skin that didn't fade for hours. The plastic was soft, almost organic, warm and yielding like living tissue. My reflection in the computer screen, I can't stop thinking about it. The way my face looked stretched and wrong. The way my eyes seemed to track movement that wasn't there. Or maybe it was there and I just couldn't see it directly. Maybe the reflection showed me something my normal vision couldn't process. The draft from the sealed window, it carried a smell, faint at first then stronger, sweet and cloying like overripe fruit, like something beautiful in the process of decay. It made my mouth water and my stomach turn at the same time, made the warmth inside me spread faster, reaching places it shouldn't reach. I'm losing time as I write this. Minutes pass without me noticing. I'll be in the middle of a sentence and suddenly it's later, the words already on the page, my hand cramped from writing things I don't remember thinking. The humming fills those gaps, grows louder, more insistent. The shredded documents, I tried to piece them together but my hands wouldn't cooperate. They moved on their own, sorting the strips into patterns that made no logical sense. Spirals, concentric circles, shapes that hurt to look at directly. When I finally stepped back, the pieces formed something that might have been a face, or a map, or instructions for something I wasn't supposed to understand. The warmth is back now, starting in my chest, spreading outward. My skin tingles like it's waking up from numbness. The pen in my hand grows heavier, warmer. The red ink flows more freely now, almost eager to mark the page. There was a sound from behind the closed door, not the humming, something else, rhythmic, organic, like breathing but too slow, too deep. Each breath lasted forever. Each exhale carried that sweet, rotting smell deeper into the room. Into my lungs, into my bloodstream where it mixed with the warmth and made everything pulse in unison. The computer screen flickered just once. In that brief moment of darkness, I saw something else reflected, not my face, something behind me, tall and still and wrong. When the screen stabilized, my reflection was normal again, but the feeling of being watched intensified. The air grew thicker, the humming grew louder. I should have left then, I know that now, but my feet wouldn't move. The warmth had spread to my legs, making them heavy and unresponsive. I could only stand there, watching the cursor blink, feeling eyes on my back, breathing air that tasted like copper and decay. The pen cap, I'm holding it now. I don't remember taking it from the office, but it's here in my room, warm against my palm, pulsing with its own rhythm. When I hold it up to the light, I can see through it, see shadows moving inside the plastic, shapes that shouldn't be there, shouldn't be possible. My memories are fragmenting again, scattering like the shredded paper, but the patterns remain, the warmth, the humming, the feeling of something vast and patient pressing against the edges of my consciousness, waiting for me to remember, waiting for me to understand. The office exists in pieces now, disconnected moments that refuse to form a coherent timeline, the chair pushed back, the pen cap on the floor, the recycling bin full of secrets, the computer screen reflecting impossible things, the sealed window that leaked impossible air. But there's something else, something I haven't written yet because I'm not sure it happened, not sure it's happening, the door behind me, the one that was closed when I arrived and open when I tried to leave. Something came through that door, something that brought the warmth and the humming and the sweet smell of decay. It's still here. I can feel it in the spaces between my thoughts, in the gaps where I lose time, in the red ink that flows too freely from a pen that shouldn't exist. It's patient, gentle. It doesn't force the memories back. It lets them return naturally, piece by piece, until I can see the whole picture. The whole terrible, beautiful picture. I'm going to stop writing now, not because I want to, but because I have to. The warmth is spreading again, reaching the tips of my fingers, making the pen too hot to hold. The humming is so loud now that it drowns out everything else, even my own thoughts. Something is waking up, something that's been sleeping in the spaces between my memories. And when it's fully awake, when the last piece falls into place, I think I'll understand why I was really in that office, why the door was open, why the warmth feels so much like coming home. The memories are getting stronger. Story 9. Ground gave under my feet, soft as an idea waiting to form. Dim hues floated around, yet no shadows existed, as if the light itself hesitated to claim them. A tremor beneath my skin pulsed without my bidding, and every breath was an echo rather than an inhale. My hands brushed against walls that felt like skin warm yet unyielding. I strained to listen, but an oppressive hush devoured all sound before it reached my ears. As if somewhere beyond, something watched something patient enough to wait. That was the dream again, the same one that visits me every night now, pulling me from whatever fragile sleep I managed to find. I wake with the taste of copper on my tongue and my sheets damp with sweat that smells faintly of ozone. The bedroom feels smaller each morning, as though the walls have crept closer while I slept, drawn by some invisible magnetism. My coffee maker turns itself on at exactly the same moment each day, though I never set it. The soft gurgling fills the silence, and I find myself grateful for any sound that feels normal. The refrigerator hums in a frequency that makes my teeth ache, and when I press my ear against its surface, I swear I can hear something else beneath the mechanical drone, something that sounds almost like breathing. The neighbors avoid eye contact now. I tried telling them about the lights that dance across my ceiling, how they move with purpose rather than randomness, tracing patterns that feel familiar yet impossible to decipher. They listened with the polite distance people reserve for those they've quietly decided are unwell. Their windows stay curtained after dark, and their children no longer play in the yard that borders mine. Sleep comes in fragments, if at all. When exhaustion finally claims me, I drift into that place where the ground yields like flesh and the walls pulse with warmth. But even in waking hours, reality feels negotiable. Objects appear in rooms I haven't entered, positioned with deliberate care. A pen on the kitchen counter, still warm to the touch. A book open to a page I don't remember reading, though the words seem to glow faintly in my peripheral vision. The mirror in the hallway reflects everything except me sometimes. I'll catch my absence in passing the room behind me perfectly rendered, but the space where I should stand remains empty, waiting. When I turn to look directly, my reflection returns, pale and hollow-eyed, as though it's been somewhere else entirely. Electronics behave strangely throughout the house. The television changes channels without input, settling on stations that broadcast only static punctuated by sounds that might be voices speaking in frequencies just beyond human comprehension. My phone's screen illuminates randomly, displaying photographs I never took, images of my own home from angles that shouldn't be possible, taken from heights no ladder could reach. I've started keeping a journal, though the words I write often aren't the ones I intended. My handwriting shifts mid-sentence, becoming more precise, more geometric, as though something else guides the pen. Reading these entries later fills me with a cold recognition. I can't explain they describe events I don't remember living, but somehow know to be true. The air itself feels different now, thicker somehow, charged with potential. When I breathe deeply, I taste metal and something else, something organic yet alien, like the scent of rain on a world that has never known Earth's sky. The sensation clings to the back of my throat, and no amount of water can wash it away. But these are just the echoes of what happened, the ripples spreading outward from that night when everything changed, when the carefully constructed boundaries of my world dissolved like salt in warm water. I know this because sometimes, in the space between waking and sleep, I remember more than I should. Fragments surface like debris from a wreck I'm still trying to understand. The central memory arrives without warning, usually during the quiet hours when the house settles into its deepest silence. I'm back there again, standing in that place where the familiar became impossible. The figure stands at the edge of my vision, tall and motionless, its outline wavering as though seen through heat shimmer. It doesn't move toward me or away, it simply exists, patient as stone, watching with attention that feels heavier than gravity. Above us, something hovers in the air with perfect stillness. No engines, no sound, just presence occupying space that should be empty. Its surface reflects nothing, absorbing light like a wound in the sky. The air beneath it moves differently, flowing in currents that follow rules I don't understand. When I try to look directly at it, my eyes slide away as though my brain refuses to process what it's seeing. Time becomes negotiable in that space. Minutes stretch into hours or collapse into seconds without pattern. I feel myself breathing, but the air doesn't seem to enter my lungs in any way that makes sense. My heartbeat echoes from directions that have no names, and the ground beneath my feet pulses with a rhythm that matches something deep inside my chest. The figure never approaches, never retreats. It maintains its vigil with the patience of something that exists outside the constraints of urgency. When I try to call out, my voice emerges as something else, not words, but tones that resonate in frequencies my throat shouldn't be able to produce. The sound carries further than it should, echoing back from distances that seem impossible given the size of the space around us. My hands move without my conscious direction, reaching toward the hovering presence above. My fingers trace patterns in the air, and where they pass, faint trails of light linger like afterimages burned into reality itself. The movements feel choreographed, as though I'm remembering steps to a dance I never learned but have always known. That memory always ends the same way, not with resolution, but with a gradual fading, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. The figure, the presence above, the impossible geometry of that space, all dissolving back into the ordinary world I thought I understood. But the transition isn't clean. Pieces of that other reality cling to me, seeping into the mundane spaces of my daily existence. Going further back, I can trace the signs I missed, the subtle wrongness that preceded the impossible. The camping trip had started normally enough, or what I thought was normal at the time. Now I recognized the patterns that should have warned me something was building toward that moment of complete dissolution. The electronic equipment had been the first casualty. My radio died gradually, its reception fading over the course of several days until only static remained. But within that static, if I listened carefully, I could hear structures, rhythms, and repetitions that suggested intelligence behind the noise. The batteries in my flashlight drained faster than they should have, and when I replaced them, the new ones would be cold to the touch despite having been stored in the warm interior of my tent. Every evening, exactly as the sun touched the horizon, a specific light would go out. Not the sun itself, but a particular star or planet that had been visible the night before. The sky would darken around that missing point like water flowing toward a drain. Other campers didn't seem to notice, continuing their conversations and activities as though nothing had changed. But I felt the absence like a physical weight, a pressure building behind my eyes. The humming started subtly, barely distinguishable from the natural sounds of the wilderness. It seemed to emanate from the ground itself, a frequency so low it was felt more than heard. I would place my palm against the earth and feel it vibrating with mechanical precision, as though something vast and patient was stirring beneath the surface. The vibration would travel up through my bones, settling in my chest where it would resonate for hours after I lifted my hand. Time began to slip during those days. I would check my watch and find that hours had passed without my awareness, or that activities which felt like they had taken all day had actually occurred in mere minutes. My internal chronometer, usually reliable, became utterly untrustworthy. I would wake thinking I had slept through the night, only to find that only minutes had passed since I closed my eyes. Other campers moved through their routines with a strange uniformity, as though following scripts they weren't entirely conscious of. Their conversations became repetitive, covering the same topics in the same order, using phrases that seemed rehearsed. When I tried to deviate from these patterns to introduce new subjects or questions, they would pause for just a moment too long before responding, their eyes focusing on something just over my shoulder. The wildlife changed its behavior in subtle ways. Birds would gather in formations that seemed too deliberate for nature, their movements synchronized with mathematical precision. They would perch in perfect geometric arrangements, watching the campsite with an attention that felt calculated rather than curious. When they finally took flight, they moved as a single entity, their wings beating in unison as they traced patterns against the sky. My dreams during those nights were vivid and coherent in ways that felt more like memories than imagination. I would find myself in spaces that defied architectural logic, walking through rooms that were simultaneously vast and intimate. The walls would pulse with that same rhythm I felt through the ground, and the air would taste of metal and electricity. Upon waking, I would retain perfect recall of these experiences, as though they were places I had actually visited rather than products of sleep. But even these signs were preceded by something more subtle, something that had been building long before I arrived at that isolated campsite. The earliest anomaly is harder to pinpoint, existing at the very edge of my recollection like a whisper just below the threshold of hearing. There had been a moment days before the camping trip when I stood in my own backyard and felt the world shift around me. The sensation was so brief I almost dismissed it, a sudden vertigo, as though the ground had tilted beneath my feet. The air had filled with a scent I couldn't identify, something metallic and sharp that made my sinuses burn. For just an instant, the familiar landscape of my neighborhood had seemed foreign, as though I were seeing it through eyes that didn't quite fit my skull. The nausea came in waves after that, never severe enough to be debilitating but persistent enough to color every experience with unease. Food lost its taste, becoming texture without flavor. Water felt thick on my tongue, and even the act of swallowing required conscious effort. My reflection in mirrors seemed delayed, as though the image was traveling a greater distance than the few inches between my face and the glass. I began to notice vibrations in objects that should have been still. Doorknobs would tremble under my touch, and furniture would emit soft creaking sounds even when no one was near it. The walls of my house seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm so slow it was barely perceptible. When I pressed my ear against them, I could hear something that might have been circulation, fluid moving through channels that shouldn't exist in wood and drywall. My gaze would catch on empty spaces and hold there, as though something important occupied areas that appeared vacant to my conscious mind. I would stare at corners where walls met ceiling, at patches of air between furniture, at shadows that fell in directions inconsistent with available light sources. These moments of fixation felt necessary, as though some part of me was processing information my conscious awareness couldn't access. The staring episodes became more frequent as the days passed. I would lose minutes at a time, standing motionless while my attention focused on nothing I could name. When awareness returned, I would find myself in positions I didn't remember assuming, facing directions I hadn't consciously chosen. My muscles would be tense, as though I had been prepared for movement that never came. But before all of this, before the signs and symptoms that now seem so obvious in retrospect, there had been normalcy. Perfect, unremarkable normalcy that I can now see was the last moment of the world I thought I understood. I had been sitting on my porch watching the evening settle over the familiar landscape of my neighborhood. The air was warm and still, carrying the scent of grass and the distant sound of children playing. My coffee had grown cold in my hands, but I continued to hold the mug, finding comfort in its weight and warmth. The decision to go camping had felt spontaneous, natural, a simple desire to spend time away from the routines of daily life. I had packed methodically, checking and rechecking my equipment with the satisfaction of someone preparing for a pleasant adventure. The weather forecast promised clear skies, and the campsite I had chosen was familiar, a place I had visited before without incident. Everything was as it should be. The sun followed its predictable arc across the sky, shadows fell where geometry dictated they should fall, and time moved forward with reliable consistency. My neighbors went about their evening routines, their voices carrying the comfortable cadence of ordinary conversation. Dogs barked at familiar triggers, and cats moved through their territories with feline purpose. I remember thinking how perfect the moment was, how rare it was to feel so completely at peace with the simple fact of existence. The future stretched ahead with pleasant predictability, and the past felt like a collection of experiences that had led naturally to this point of contentment. I had no reason to suspect that this moment of perfect normalcy was actually the last breath before submersion, the final second of solid ground before the fall. The evening light had that quality that photographers spend lifetimes trying to capture golden and soft, making everything it touched seem more real than real. I sat there, content and unaware, while somewhere in the distance, something patient began to turn its attention toward me, measuring the space between us with calculations that had nothing to do with miles or minutes. That was when it all began, though I wouldn't understand that until much later, when the consequences had already woven themselves into the fabric of my daily existence. In that moment of perfect peace, something vast and patient had decided that my ordinary life was about to become extraordinary in ways I could never have imagined. And now, as I sit here trying to piece together the sequence of events that led from that peaceful evening to this state of perpetual unease, I realize that the watching never really stopped. Even now, as I speak these words, I can feel that attention like a weight pressing against the back of my neck. Somewhere in the space between what I can see and what I can sense, something continues its patient vigil, waiting for reasons I may never understand. The story isn't over. It's still being written in frequencies I'm only beginning to hear. Story 10. The clock chimed 3 times instead of 4, a hollow note swallowed by the walls. My breath felt shallow, as if mimicking the uneven tick of time around me. The curtains, always drawn precisely, now let a sliver of light paint an unfamiliar line across the floor, a line that crept an inch forward, then retreated, never quite settling. In the corner, the flicker of the candle flame danced out of sync, casting shadows that didn't belong. I reached for my mug only to find the handle reversed, its warmth lingering on my palm. I was sure I hadn't touched it, yet the coffee was cold. That's how it starts again every time I try to tell this story. The details come back wrong, twisted, like looking at yourself in a funhouse mirror. I've been sitting here for hours now, trying to find the right words, the courage to finally speak what I've kept locked away for so long. My hands shake when I think about it too deeply. Even now, thousands of miles from where it happened, I can feel that familiar pressure building in my chest. I never told anyone, not the doctors who asked about my sleeping problems, not the therapist who wanted to know why I moved so suddenly, not even the few friends who noticed I'd changed. How do you explain something that sounds like madness? How do you describe the feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist? But I'm ready now. I think I'm ready. It started during what should have been the most ordinary summer of my life. I was house-sitting for a family friend, taking care of their place while they traveled overseas for work. The house sat on a quiet street lined with old oaks, the kind of neighborhood where children rode bikes until the streetlights came on and neighbors waved from their front porches. I was grateful for the solitude, honestly. I'd been going through a rough patch, needed time to think, to reset. The house itself was unremarkable: 2 stories, cream-colored siding, a wraparound porch that creaked pleasantly in the evening breeze. Inside, everything was exactly what you'd expect from a middle-aged couple with grown children. Family photos on the mantel, a kitchen that smelled faintly of vanilla candles, bookshelves filled with paperback mysteries and gardening magazines. The guest room where I slept had pale blue walls and a window that looked out over the backyard, where a single oak tree cast shifting patterns of shadow and light. For the first week, everything was perfect. I fell into an easy routine: coffee on the porch in the morning, reading in the afternoon, cooking simple meals while watching the sunset through the kitchen window. I felt more relaxed than I had in months. The silence was healing, restorative. I should have known it wouldn't last. The first thing I noticed was the television. It was an older model, the kind with actual buttons on the front panel, and it had a habit of turning itself on in the middle of the night. Not unusual for old electronics, I told myself. I'd wake to the soft blue glow seeping under my bedroom door and the quiet murmur of late-night programming. I'd shuffle downstairs, hit the power button, and go back to bed thinking nothing of it. But then I started noticing which channel it defaulted to. Always the same one, a local access station that played nothing but a blue screen with white text scrolling emergency broadcast information. Test patterns and weather alerts from years past, looping endlessly. The text moved too slowly to read comfortably, but too quickly to ignore completely. I found myself standing there in my pajamas, squinting at words that seemed to shift just as I was about to comprehend them. After the 4th or 5th night, I unplugged the television entirely. Problem solved, I thought. That's when the radio in the kitchen started acting up. It was a small thing built into the microwave, the kind you barely notice until it's the only sound in a quiet house. It would click on by itself, always tuned to the same frequency, a station that seemed to exist in the space between real stations. Static mostly, but underneath, if you listened carefully, there was something else. A low humming that rose and fell like breathing. Sometimes, late at night when I was washing dishes, I could swear I heard voices in that static. Not words exactly, but the cadence of conversation, the rhythm of people talking just out of earshot. I started keeping the kitchen radio unplugged too. The house grew quieter after that, but the wrong kind of quiet. The kind that makes you aware of every creak, every settling board, every whisper of wind through the eaves. I found myself listening more intently, straining to hear what wasn't there, or what I hoped wasn't there. That's when I began to notice the reflections. The house had mirrors everywhere in the bathrooms, the hallway, above the fireplace in the living room. Normal mirrors in a normal house, but reflections started catching my eye in ways they never had before. I'd glimpse movement in my peripheral vision and turn to see my own face staring back, but the expression would be slightly wrong. A fraction of a second out of sync, like a badly dubbed movie. The bathroom mirror was the worst. I'd be brushing my teeth or washing my face, and I'd catch sight of something moving behind me in the reflection. When I'd turn around, nothing would be there. Just the empty hallway, the same family photos on the walls, the same pale carpet. But when I looked back at the mirror, the reflection of the hallway seemed deeper somehow, the shadows darker, as if the mirror was showing me a room that existed just slightly to the left of reality. I started avoiding that bathroom, using the one downstairs instead. Sleep became difficult, not because of noise. The house remained stubbornly silent, but because of the quality of that silence. It felt expectant, like the moment before someone speaks. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to break the tension. Sometimes I'd drift off only to wake with the absolute certainty that someone had been standing beside my bed, watching me sleep. The feeling was so strong I could almost make out the impression their body had left in the air, a pocket of coolness that lingered even after they'd gone. I told myself it was stress. The isolation was getting to me, making me paranoid. I'd been through a difficult time before coming here, and solitude can play tricks on a fragile mind. I almost convinced myself this was true. Then I found the photographs. I was looking for batteries in the kitchen junk drawer when I came across them, a stack of Polaroids rubber banded together, tucked behind old takeout menus and expired coupons. The first few were normal family snapshots, birthday parties, holiday gatherings, grandchildren opening presents, but as I flipped through them, the images became stranger. They were pictures of the house, but not quite the house I was staying in. The rooms were the same, the furniture identical, but there were subtle differences. An extra shadow in the corner of the living room, a figure barely visible in the background of a kitchen photo, just a smudge of darkness that could have been a person or could have been nothing at all. In one picture, taken from the bottom of the staircase looking up, there was clearly someone standing at the top of the stairs, but their features were completely obscured, as if the camera had malfunctioned at the exact moment of exposure. The most disturbing photo was the last one. It showed the guest room where I'd been sleeping, taken from the doorway. The bed was unmade and there was clearly someone lying in it, but the figure was wrong somehow. Too long, too angular, limbs positioned in ways that didn't quite make anatomical sense. The face was turned away from the camera, but even so, something about the shape of the head made my stomach clench with instinctive revulsion. I put the photographs back exactly where I'd found them and tried to forget about them. But that night, as I lay in the same bed from the picture, I couldn't stop thinking about that twisted figure. I kept my eyes closed, but I could feel the room around me, could sense the exact angle from which that photograph had been taken. Someone had stood in my doorway while I slept and captured something that shouldn't have been there. That's when the smells started. It began as something sweet, almost pleasant, like flowers left too long in water. But underneath the sweetness was something else, something metallic and organic that made my mouth water in the wrong way. The smell would appear suddenly, usually when I was alone in a room, and it would linger for just long enough to make me question whether I'd really smelled it at all. The scent was strongest near the mirrors. I started spending more time outside, on the porch or in the backyard, anywhere I could feel the movement of real air. But even outdoors, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. The windows of the house seemed to watch me like eyes, and sometimes I could swear I saw curtains moving in rooms where I knew I'd left them still. The breaking point came on a Tuesday evening. I remember because it was garbage day, and I'd been putting off taking the bins to the curb. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that should have been beautiful but instead felt ominous, like a warning. I was in the kitchen making myself a sandwich for dinner when I heard it clearly for the first time. Not the static from the radio or the electronic hum I'd grown accustomed to. This was different. It was the sound of someone humming. A simple melody, the kind you might hear someone singing absently while doing housework. It was coming from upstairs, from the direction of the master bedroom. The tune was familiar but wrong, like a childhood lullaby played in a minor key. I stood frozen in the kitchen, mayo-covered knife in my hand, listening to that impossible sound. The humming continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly, as if whoever was making it had suddenly realized they weren't alone. I should have left then. I should have packed my things and driven away without looking back. Instead, I found myself walking toward the staircase, drawn by a compulsion I still don't understand. My feet moved without conscious direction, carrying me up the stairs toward whatever was waiting in the darkness above. The hallway at the top of the stairs was empty, but the air felt thick, charged with the same electrical tension you feel before a thunderstorm. The master bedroom door was closed, exactly as I'd left it. I hadn't been in that room since my first day in the house, had no reason to enter it, but now, standing in the hallway, I could hear something moving behind that door. Not footsteps exactly, but a shifting, sliding sound like someone rearranging furniture in the dark. I reached for the doorknob and found it warm to the touch, as if someone had been gripping it from the other side. The metal seemed to pulse under my palm with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. I turned the knob slowly, afraid of what I might find but unable to stop myself. The room was empty, of course. Just a neatly made bed, a dresser, a window looking out over the street. But the air smelled strongly of that sweet, metallic scent, and there was something wrong with the shadows. They fell at angles that didn't match the position of the streetlight outside, creating pockets of darkness that seemed too deep, too absolute. As I stood there trying to make sense of what I was seeing, the bedroom mirror caught my eye. It was a large oval mirror above the dresser, and in its reflection I could see myself standing in the doorway, but I could also see something else. There was someone standing behind me. Not close enough to touch, but clearly visible in the mirror's surface. A figure that seemed to be made of the same impossible shadows that filled the room, human in shape but wrong in every detail that mattered. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching me with attention that felt hungry, predatory. I spun around, but the hallway behind me was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone, but my own reflection looked different somehow. My face was too pale, my eyes too wide, and there was something about my expression that didn't feel like my own. I backed out of the room and closed the door, but I could feel that presence following me, pressing against the boundaries of the house like water against a dam. I went downstairs and sat on the couch, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was a trick of light, a product of stress and isolation. But deep down, I knew better. Something was sharing that house with me, something that had been there long before I arrived and would remain long after I left. The next morning I called the family and told them I had to leave early, made up some excuse about a family emergency. They were understanding, told me not to worry about it, that they'd be home soon anyway. I packed my things quickly, efficiently, trying not to think about the way the mirrors seemed to track my movement or how the air grew thick and sweet whenever I lingered too long in any one room. As I loaded my car, I looked back at the house one final time. Every window was dark, every curtain still, but I could feel something watching me from behind that placid facade. The sensation followed me down the street, through the neighborhood, onto the highway that would take me far from that place and whatever lived there. But distance, I've learned, is no protection against some things. Even now, years later and thousands of miles away, I still feel that presence sometimes. It's subtle, a reflection that moves wrong in a storefront window, a smell of sweet decay that appears without warning, the sensation of being watched when I know I'm alone. It's like I brought something back with me, some invisible attachment that refuses to break. My sleep is still troubled. I dream of that house, of rooms that exist just outside the boundaries of normal space, of mirrors that show places I've never been but somehow recognize. In these dreams, I'm always walking through those familiar rooms, but they're wrong now, twisted into configurations that make no architectural sense. The hallways stretch longer than they should, the ceilings arch higher than the roof would allow, and there are always more mirrors than I remember, each one reflecting a slightly different version of reality. The worst part is the certainty that grows stronger each day, the knowledge that whatever I encountered in that house wasn't confined to that place. It was something that exists in the spaces between spaces, in the reflection behind the reflection, in the silence that waits beneath all sound. And once you've seen it, once you've acknowledged its presence, it sees you too. I've tried to forget, tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, a psychological break brought on by stress and solitude. But late at night, when the world is quiet and I'm alone with my thoughts, I can feel it there at the edge of my perception, waiting, watching, patient in the way that only something without human limitations can be patient. Sometimes I catch myself humming that same melody I heard in the house, the one that sounded like a lullaby played in the wrong key. I don't remember learning it, don't know where it comes from, but it feels familiar in a way that makes my skin crawl. It's as if something planted it in my mind, a seed that's been growing ever since, spreading roots through my thoughts and memories. I've moved 3 times since leaving that house, always to places with fewer mirrors, better lighting, more noise to fill the silence. But it doesn't matter. Geography is meaningless when you're carrying the haunted place inside you, when you've become the house that something else has chosen to inhabit. The hardest part is the isolation. How do you explain to someone that you've been marked by something that exists in the peripheral spaces of reality? How do you describe the weight of being perpetually observed by eyes that shouldn't exist? People would think I'm losing my mind, and maybe they'd be right. Maybe madness is just another word for seeing too clearly into the spaces we're supposed to ignore. But I know what I experienced. I know what I brought back with me. And I know that telling this story, speaking these words out loud, is probably a mistake. Some secrets are meant to stay buried, not because they're untrue, but because acknowledging them gives them power, makes them more real than they already are. Even as I speak, I can feel the air in this room growing thicker, sweeter. The shadows in the corners seem deeper than they were when I started, and there's a sound just at the edge of hearing, a low humming that rises and falls like breathing, like something vast and patient settling in for a long wait. I thought distance would save me. I thought time would heal the wound that place left in my mind, but some encounters leave marks that go deeper than memory, deeper than dreams. They change the frequency at which you exist, tune you to channels that were never meant for human reception. So I'm telling you this story not because I've found peace, but because I need someone else to know. I need someone else to carry this knowledge, to understand that there are things in this world that exist in the spaces we don't look, that feed on the attention we're afraid to give them. And maybe, if I'm being completely honest, I'm telling you because I can feel it getting stronger. The presence that followed me home is no longer content to lurk at the edges of my perception. It's getting bolder, more insistent, like something that's finally ready to step out of the shadows and claim what it believes belongs to it. The humming is louder now. It's not coming from another room anymore. It's coming from right here, right beside me, as if something is sitting in the chair next to mine, humming that familiar, terrible melody directly into my ear. But I'm alone. I know I'm alone. Aren't I?